Tessa's late. Sorry, Greg. I wasn't paying any attention. I looked at the clock and I'm like, well, it's exactly 7 o'clock. So I guess I'm not late, but I almost was late. Nice to see you. I'm tired. I will tell you that much. It was a rough day, and I stayed in bed all day. I got up and made phone calls that I had to make and went back to bed each time. I'm still trying to get my pain medicine. Since Tuesday, I did everything they asked. I called because we had a new doctor because their doctor is gone. And so they had another office step in, and I can't get the doctor to send my medication. And I did everything she told me, called the number several times, left messages, called the pharmacy. No, we don't have it. Called the office again, spoke to someone who promised me in half an hour she would have the prescription at the pharmacy. I said, okay, fine. Laid back down, went to sleep for about another 4 hours. Woke up. I said, oh, well, they had plenty of time. Called the pharmacy. Sorry, no medication. Tried calling them again. Couldn't get through. They don't answer phones there very often. And so finally I called my office. I said, this is what is going on, and where is my medicine? So they're supposed to look into it. So I don't know what's going on. I got a few days left. They better get it and get it fixed, or I'm going to be in trouble. And it's not my fault. I did everything I was supposed to. Greg says, you're not late. You're not late, just kind of late. Yeah, for me, I was kind of late, but technically when I looked at the clock on my computer, it said 7, so I wasn't really late. But I like to be here, and I was here, and that's what happened. I had too much time, just enough time to get myself interested in something else, and I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. That's what ends up happening. I was actually paying attention, though, but I got here on time. Let's put it that way. Even though I was late in my mind, because I saw the 7, I'm like, I'm never going to make it back in time. But I did. Turned 7:01 when the little thing stopped the clock, counting down. Okay, just check to make sure my Twitch is actually running. It's running too. Now I have 2 things to worry about, making sure they're running right. Not just 1, but 2. So this is funny. Yesterday I happened to be on Devin's list of streams, and I saw Funky Si's name on there. And I know he had been talking about possibly doing something. And the original, it was just a test to see how it worked, because he didn't know what he was doing. We've all done that. Hi, Megan. Oh, okay. At the Coffee Bunny Cafe, but I wanted to say hello. Hello, thanks. Tessa is multitasking. I'm trying to. I don't do very good at it, unfortunately. Megan says, hope you're doing well. Considering I had to do physical therapy on my ankle yesterday, I thought it might be in worse shape than it. It's not really that bad, and I did the exercises today like I was supposed to, so not too bad. Doing pretty good. Thanks for asking, Megan. Hi, Jenna. I was just getting ready to tell them how I came across Funky's stream last night, because when I went on Devin's list earlier in the day, I saw it said Funky on there. I looked at it again. I said, yeah, it definitely does. And then it was where he was testing it out. So I clicked on it and looked at it for a little bit. And then I remembered seeing it further down. So I said, okay, that's why I ended up showing up last night, because I went back on Devin's thing and looked for it. And I came on And I've seen it done that way before. It's not unusual. It's not the norm. But I've seen other people do that before, where they don't go on camera, they don't go on mic. Everything is done just like he did that. So there's still interaction, but he's not on camera at all. So I have seen it done that way before, but it's not normally done that way. But it works out for people that don't want to be on camera but still want to stream. So he thought that up the other night for nights when we don't have a stream going. Well, it worked out all right. I mean, like, I didn't have any problems. Like I said, I've seen it before, so it's not totally unheard of. Some people may wonder about it, but I mean, I've seen other people do it. They don't like to be on camera, but they can still want to stream, so it worked out. I had fun the short time I was there. Hi, Gibberish. Gibberish is asking, how are I? I'm talking good tonight. I'm not too bad. I'm in a silly mood. Just in a silly mood. I hope you're doing good, Gibberish. Nice to see you. Jenna says he was on earlier today too. I think he likes it. Oh, no, I was sleeping all day, so I don't know what went on. The place could have fallen down for all I cared today. And it wasn't like I was up late last night. He went off at 12, I think. I went to bed, but I slept all day. Except for the few times that I wake up and make the stupid phone calls. Yeah. Well, I'm glad he likes it. I mean, it's different, like I said, not seeing or, really interacting with the person. But it works. Chipper says, I went to Coney Island today. I think I was there as a kid many moons ago. But that's nice. Too hot right now for me. I don't. Back when I was a kid, being outside wasn't a big deal. But with the heat we have nowadays, I don't like being outside. And I'm older too, which doesn't help. Jenna says, how fun, Gibberish. Yes. I mean, I don't know what Coney Island is like today. I mean, it was a big thing when I was younger. And depending on where you're located, because we're down south and that's up north. So depending on your location, you would get to something like that more. Whereas for us, to drive all the way to Coney Island was a long ride. But every now and then, we did get an occasional trip over there. Jenna says, I've never been there. Well, it's on the Jersey Shore, so Jersey, New York area, sure. So, the East Coast. Since you're on the West Coast, I would, I wouldn't be surprised if you've never been there. Jibber says, it was fun. Yay. And I'm off tomorrow too. Well, good. Good job. It's always nice to have a day off. Jenna says, he really went all in when he decided to do it. Surprised me. I know he was kind of talking about it the other night a little bit, but yeah, I didn't expect him to really do anything with it. But I did mention at that point that you can do it without, because I remember I was telling you guys, you can do it without being on camera. You don't have to be on camera or the mic. You don't have to. That's a choice. Not many people make it, but it is a definitely choice. Courtney says, hello, hello. Hi, Courtney. And Jenna says, hi, Courtney. Yeah, so it was kind of fun last night. I mean, I enjoyed it. I actually got a few things done. I took the time and actually did something rather than fooling around. So it worked out good. I think he had seven viewers, something like that. So it wasn't too bad for your first time. And, you know, like I said, if people get used to it and they enjoy it, they'll come back to it. It won't matter that there's no, you know, he's not on camera or mic. I remember the first time wondering what the person was doing, because they were just showing flashing pictures on the screen, and I'm like, but they were talking, so they didn't go completely no camera, no mic. They did use the mic. They talked, but they were talking to just screen pictures. They weren't showing, you know, the camera. But Funky went all the way with no camera or any mic. But it was kind of fun. Jenna said I had to leave to pick up the kid, and she made me wait 30 minutes in the car. Well, you said that. And right after you said that, Funky says, well, this is the end of the, you know, the sprint. This is the last sprint. So I didn't know if you had seen that part or not, where he said it was the last sprint. So you might have been surprised when you came back, because I'm pretty sure it was 12 o'clock when he stopped. Yeah, don't you love those kids? They make you wait. Hurry up and wait. Don't you dare be late. But I can take all the time in the world I want. Yeah, kids aren't going to change. That's the way they are. So I'm kind of, like I was saying last night on there, trying to figure out whether to do consecutively right or consecutively, or now the other word. I can't think of the other word. I hate when I do that. Consecutively, or I don't know. Either, you know, one following the other or running at the same time. Because a lot of the stories I wrote, I put them all, connecting them all together, and they were all around the same age. And if I do it, if I get this word right, consecutively, then they would all, their ages would change, and they wouldn't be, whereas in the first book, I have them all linked together. So I'm not sure what to do. I've asked a couple people. Nobody's been able to come up with a concrete answer of which way to do it. So Jenna says, I didn't see it, but kind of figured. I knew it was late there. Yeah, it was midnight. It was midnight for me. I don't know what time it was for him, because I'm not sure where he's located, but it was midnight where I was. Jenna says, be here at 9, but I'm going to be a while. What's that? What your daughter said? Simultaneously, Greg. Simultaneously. Yes. That's what I was looking for. Either consecutively or simultaneously. But I can't get a concrete answer. I've heard that it's done both ways. I've heard that both ways are difficult. And I'm already, struggling. But I think consecutively is going to be, like I said, harder, since I started the first book off with them as the same age. If I suddenly change them the other way around, it's going to make it a little bit more complicated. Jenna says he's the East Coast, I believe. So it was probably midnight for him here as well. Because he said that right after you said you had to go pick up the kid and you'd be right back. And then he's like, but I'm not going to be here because this is the last tree. Jenna says, yeah, that's what she told me, liar. Well, why would she tell you to be there at 9 if she knew she was going to be later than that? That's as bad as the doctor's office. Make sure you're here at 9, but if I'm not there to see you till 11, that's your problem. Okay, hit that one already. Yeah, so I don't know how much more to write until I figure my issue out, because I don't want to write it all one way and then have to totally, like I said, I rewrote the first story. I don't want to have to start off by rewriting the second story. So I have to think about, because I didn't know if it was supposed to be done a certain way when you did series, whether they had to be consecutive or simultaneous was okay. I mean, I think it really depends on, because a lot of those books don't have to be read in any particular order. So I would guess those would be more simultaneously. Whereas if you do them consecutively, you need to read them in order or else it doesn't work, right? So I don't know what to do. I have to think about it again. But right now, my brain's not working too well. Jenna said, it's okay. I haven't seen a lot of her lately, so we had a lovely catch-up chat last night. Oh, that's nice. Greg says, do the doctors do the same thing everywhere? I always need to wait a long time in the waiting room when I am on time. When I am late, someone took my time slot. Oh, yeah. They do it here, too. You cannot even be... I listened to one lady arguing. She said, but it was 1 minute, and my clock is different from your clock. They said, it doesn't matter. We go by our clock. We don't care what your clock says. And I'm just like listening to this conversation, like, am I listening to this? They are telling her she cannot be seen because their clock says she's a minute, mind you, late. And her watch, which she had on her, which she showed them, was a different time. And they're like, yep, no, you can't see the doctor. So yes, that happens everywhere. You hurry up and make sure you're on time. But if we keep you waiting 2 hours, who cares? You have to be on time, though. I think it sucks. Jenna said, I think it's like that everywhere, Greg. Yep. We're on 2 different sides of the USA, and we say the same thing, so. I'm sure they'd agree in the middle, too. Jibber says, doctor's office is literally a whole day for me. The wait is horrible. I have one doctor. I get there. Now I'm early because I don't want to take a chance on being late. So I get there early and I get checked in. And then I wait 2 hours in the waiting room. Then they take you back to the room you're going to be seen in, and you sit for another hour or so while the doctor's still doing whatever. It's like, why do we have so much time where we're sitting around waiting? If the doctor can't see that many patients, then he doesn't need to have that many hours set aside to see patients. So somebody said to me, well, what they do is they overbook, because that way if people cancel without giving them notice, they don't lose any time. And they don't care if you wait hours for them to come. Not your problem. I couldn't believe it. That was one of the doctor's offices told me that. We overbook on purpose. That way we don't lose. Because when I go for my injections for pain management, and we have to sit outside now because of the pandemic, I have no air in my car. And I have to sit in the hot sun for 2 hours and wait. And this happens every time. I won't be having them for a while now that I have blood clots. But when I was getting them, every month, I'd go in and sit there for hours in the parking lot until they would let me in the building. And I'm like, I don't have any air conditioning. I am dying out here. There are no trees. It's a hot asphalt parking lot, which, that makes the heat rise off the black parking lot. That's terrible. Okay. I think we need to do our first sprint at least. At least let's get one under our belt. First sprint. Timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. I didn't get a chance to fix this yet. I worked on my Twitch ones the other day because they were really messed up. But I haven't figured out what I want to do with this one. I got the same thing up here on the sides as they do on the bottom. I'm like, how did I manage to do that and not even notice it? Not so smart. Part of it's an overlay, and part of it's the background. So it's really confusing. And I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Okay, so I'll see you in 24 minutes. Well, I was trying to answer the question of simultaneous or consecutive. And according to what I found so far, you can write simultaneously and they can have the same characters and they don't have to be in any order. So it wouldn't matter which book you pick up first. It's a complete book, but they can all be the same characters, which I think is what I'm kind of headed towards. So I think it's hard finding. I didn't know what to look up, and I got a few things that I wasn't planning on. I'm reading them, I'm like, I don't think it's going to help me. Chipper says, ooh, it's white and purple theme. I like it. It's actually, I can't, I'm trying to think. If I had done it right, you'll see all these colors up here around the outside. They're all through the inside. It's not white. Because if I remove this, all you're going to see is a big picture of me. It didn't work the way I thought it was going to work. I don't think... Well, you can see a little bit more there. That's a different view of it. Underneath of it, it's just a big explosion of color. Purples, pinks, yellow, green. I think there might be some blue in there. Yeah, there's blue on the outside edge. I can see it. So there's blue over on the left-hand side a little bit too. I can see it, lighter blue. So yeah, that's what I was trying to... That's what I was trying... Like, I wanted to be able to close... My other one worked differently, and obviously I knew what I was doing then, but I can't seem to remember what I was doing now. And what I did is I made the whole outer piece was just an overlay. And then the background showed. And then you would see me here, and you would see the background. And this shows. But I can't figure out what I did the first time. So the overlay currently covers the purplish pink boxes. That's the overlay at the moment. I tried because I couldn't get the other one off, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do because I was trying to get all the stuff on the bottom here and the stuff on the top. I wanted all that to be an overlay. Didn't work that way. Greg says Tessa is now becoming a graphic designer as well. And listen, considering I have not the faintest clue what I'm doing, I think I'm doing pretty good. You should have seen the first few I came up with. Pathetic. So yeah, it might take me a while to figure out what it is exactly I want it to look like. Because when I take off the timer, these two purplish boxes, they're the overlay. They stay there. What I wanted was for that stuff around the bottom and the top and all that to stay there as an overlay. Well, I'm not sure I did that right. I thought I did, but I didn't, obviously, because the only thing that stayed were these two. The other things didn't stay. I had a couple different versions in between, so if you watch for a few times, you'll see a couple different things in there, because it's just not working right. And Gibber says, I'm back from eating dinner. That's cool. So, I don't... see. Hey, I'm learning. I'm trying to do it without, any help. We don't have anybody to help me. Oh, come on. I keep hitting something and it puts a screen on front of my screen and I can't see anything. Go away. Go away. If you don't go away, I can't read. And I can see it's moving, but how do we shut the... I got a news thing up in front of me now, and I'm trying to figure out how to shut it off. Oh, maybe that's it. Or it was just pure luck. Did she mean to do that? Did I mean to put the background up? Yes. Maybe. I can figure out how to Sorry about that. It was my son, and I had to make sure it wasn't an emergency. So, that's what I was doing. So, if you were asking about the background, yes, I meant to do that. I wanted to show you what the background looked like. So that's what the background looks like. And I was trying to make it an overlay, but it ended up a background instead. So I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I got my Twitch kind of situated, and that was a little bit easier, but it took a lot of time. And I see Claude's here. Hi, Claude. Sorry, I was indisposed. Had to make sure the kid was okay. He was just checking on me because he just got back home and found out that I had been in the hospital the other night. So he was checking up on me. So everything's okay. We can go back to what we were doing. Hi, Lamonique. Nice to see you. We did our first sprint. Oh, I left it on that, didn't I? Yeah, they did our first sprint. So basically, I don't know, did anybody get anything done on that sprint? I was just saying how I had started reading. I'm trying to figure out. Well, you're writing a series. Yours, I know, probably goes in consecutive order. I'm trying to decide if it's possible to do it simultaneously as opposed to consecutive, because it's driving me crazy trying to figure. I wrote all these little stories out, and they're all about the same age, and then if I start making them consecutive, it's going to really screw all my story up. So I'm trying to figure. I've been researching, trying to figure it out, but I'm not getting a lot of answers, except that you can do it simultaneously and still use the same characters, and they would be standalone books, all of them. You could read them in any order and it won't matter. So I'm not sure the way my story is going if that'll work with all of them. So, all right. Well, thanks, Lamonique. Everyone hit the like button. Thank you. Monique says working on developmental edits tonight. Oh, wow. I haven't gotten mine yet, but they're being worked on. I don't even know exactly what they are, but I guess I'll find out soon. Grace says I did get a small bit done, but I am still working on that video. I intend on uploading it this week. Oh, wow. Still on the video. I can't imagine putting that much work into a video. Maybe because I don't understand editing videos. That could have something to do with it. I mean, I struggle just to do something simple. And now I'm trying to do design. And I don't know how great my designs are. I mean, they've gotten a little bit better, at least. A little bit nicer looking than what they were. I have to figure out what I'm doing. Because the other option is to take the two boxes off the overlay and not have an overlay and have the background, which is add this. So when I take this away, I don't know if what would this do? No, it doesn't help. That doesn't make a difference. So as long as my full picture's here, you don't see the background. But if I take that, you can see the background. Or if I take so I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just trying. Monique says, use the character arc book and emotion thesaurus. That's cool. Yeah, I love that emotion thesaurus. Monique says, some people have their series be standalones. That's what I'm trying to figure out because, like I said, all of these are pre-existing stories that have to be worked on and made larger. I mean, they're just short stories, and they have to be made longer, which means they need beginnings and endings. But the people are all, since I'm connecting them to one thing, and at a certain age, if I do it consecutively, then they're all going to be different ages. I'm going to be totally confused, and they won't fit together the way I have it now. Whereas now, they're all about the same rough age, approximately. And so I would have to make sure that each story could stand alone on its own. So that's where I'm kind of leaning right now. Gibber says I got nothing done. Oh, Gibberish, you're funny. BH, hey, hi. Nice to see you. I just answered, I saw your comment on my video. Yeah, my dumb videos. Since I can't use my camera anymore, I have to use StreamYard. I'm doing okay. Don't mind me. I don't know who's talking. It's not me. Somebody else is talking for me. Their videos are terrible. Gibber says, what do you like more, series or standalone? Well, see, that's the thing. It's kind of a series because the people are the same, the town's the same. It's all the same people, but there are different stories linked to different people in the town. So, here's book 1, which is already done. And it can stand alone. Now I'm working on book 2. And the main characters in book 2 have been mentioned in book 1 at a certain age. But if I'm going to make it consecutive, then they have to be older, and that messes the story up that I already wrote for it. So I am better off with a standalone book with the same people in the same town, but individual stories. I just have to be careful that I don't link them somehow that makes things weird, if that makes sense. Greg says there are over 50 slides in this one. Wow. That's a lot of work. A lot of editing. And I personally know how much trouble I have editing. I don't know how you are. I mean, it may not be as big a deal for you, but I struggle just to make a simple little tiny movie with a couple. I just finally learned how to cut a section apart and insert a piece. I just learned how to do that. And I haven't done it in a while, so I may forget how to do it. I would have to see if I were to try it again. I didn't feel like doing it the last time. I was going to do it on the tag I just did and put the questions, in before each answer. But the first one took me a lot of time, cutting each one, creating a slide to slide in each one, and then putting it all together and figuring out how to cut it, which did finally figure out how to cut it. I don't know if I remember, but I did it. But that's a lot. It's a lot. And if you're like adding things to slides and stuff, editing it and whatever, I can imagine that takes quite a bit of time. Greg says I had to also write the software to make the slides as I went along. Wow, that is a lot of work. Greg says a lot of work on this one. I hope I can use on future videos. Well, that would be great if you could. Janice says, hi, Claude. Hi, Monique. Greg says to me, not sure you realize we cannot. Not sure you realize we cannot hear you when it's just the background. Yes, because I took myself out of the video. When I do this, that takes me out of the video. That's the only way I can show you the background is to take me out. I may have still been talking because my brain took a while to catch up on that, but yes, I do know that. Thank you. Nothing like reminding me that I'm not thinking straight. But yes, when I take myself out and you see the background, that's all you, there's no me in there. That's the only way you can see the background is because there's no me. So I can't be talking. I get that. Don't mind me. I wasn't thinking. Mom Monique says, cute, Tessa. I'm not even sure how to do that. Well, it took a lot of time and a lot of playing around. I did it all on Canva. And I'm getting better at Canva. Since I use Canva all the time, I get more and more better with what I'm doing as time goes on. And it helps when they tell you what size they, something should be. So you're not guessing it at sizes. Because different things are different sizes, so I need to know what size to make it. So, I'm slowly learning how to use Canva. It's not that it's super difficult. Someone with more experience than me could probably do it in no time, but it takes me a while. And I love the color scheme. And I was getting tired of this teal, so I wanted something different. You only get the full effect either when it's background only and I'm not in it, and then you can't hear me, or if you see part of it when I put the timer on, because that shows the background, because it's just a small portion. It's not the whole thing. So that's why you get to see part of it. So I don't know if I want to keep messing with it or leave it alone. Genesis, hi to BH. Monique says, oh, that's weird that we can't hear you when it's in full background mode. That's because I take myself completely out. In order to show you the background, I have to take myself out. So that's what happened. And I wasn't thinking it. And, so Greg pointed it out to me. I wasn't thinking about the fact that I knew I was taking myself out. It just didn't dawn on me that I still wasn't talking, that you couldn't hear me. I knew you couldn't see me, but I didn't think about the fact that you couldn't hear me. So, yeah, that's how that works. Monique says to Greg, you must be super techie. He is super techie. And he's helped me with a lot of things that I used to know, but I don't know anymore. My brain is just not functioning. Technology has moved on over the years, and I haven't moved on with it. And so he's been helpful, very helpful in a lot of ways, in a lot of, different areas. So, yes, he's super techie. He's great. Yep, singing your praises, Greg. Let's see what happened here. That jump, that's what happened here. It's way up here. BH says hi to Jenna. BH says, hope you're doing well today, Tessa. I am super tired today. And I'm really frustrated with my doctor's office. I'm trying to get my pain medicine. If they don't quit screwing around, I'm going to run out of pain medicine. And then we're really going to have a problem. So I hope they get it straightened out. I've been calling since Tuesday about it. And I can't believe I'm still dealing with it today. So I called my office. This all happened because they lost their doctor. And so my visit got moved to another office in the state. So I had to tell a visit with somebody. I have no idea who they were in another office. And of course, she's not going to write the pills for me until she has proof I did my drug test. So she says, go do your drug tests. And then as soon as it appears in your records, I'll send the script over. So I went to my office on Tuesday, explained what the woman told me. I said, I'm here to take the drug test now. They told me they already put it in the records. It should be in there. So I went right home and called the phone number. Nobody answered the phone, of course not. They don't answer phones anymore in doctor's offices. And left the message that I needed my medicine, that I took the drug test, and it's in my records. Please refill my medicine. So I assumed that it was, that was late that afternoon, so I figured it probably wouldn't get done that night. So next day, I had a rough day, and I figured I'll give them an extra day. I didn't need it right that minute. So I didn't call the pharmacy till yesterday. I can't remember if I called them yesterday or not. But it wasn't there. And I tried calling the office again. I couldn't get through to anybody. I called the pharmacy this morning. It wasn't there. I called the doctor's office. This time I got a person. And not my office, the other office where the doctor was from. I said, look, you guys promised me you'd send my pills, my pain medication as soon as I did my urine test and went ahead and you saw it in my records. I said, that's been taken care of. You did not send my medication. And combining two words, medicine. And I said, she says, we'll send it in 30 minutes, I promise. I promise, she says. Well, I fell back asleep. 4 hours later, I called the pharmacy. No, I'm sorry, we don't have your medicine. You're kidding me. We're not kidding. There's no medicine here. I called the office again. Cannot get through. So now I said, well, I'm calling my office because they need to know what's going on here because I'm going to run out of medicine and then we're going to have a problem. So I called my office. She goes, are you kidding me? I said, no, I'm not kidding. She says, I will take care of that right away. I will email over there directly and tell them to release that script. I said, I would appreciate it. And I didn't bother calling again tonight because by now it was, near the end of the day. And if it wasn't there, it wasn't there. And I didn't feel like finding out. So I got to call tomorrow and see if they finally got it over here, which gives them from today afternoon till tomorrow morning when I finally decide to call to get that stupid medicine there. I'm so mad. Okay. I guess you weren't expecting that when you asked how I'm doing today. Sorry, Tessa, BH. That's how I'm doing today. I'm a little bit peeved right now. Jenna says, how are you all tonight? Well, Monique says, I will just keep it a standalone series if I were you. A lot of people like that anyway. That way they can pick up any book in any order. Cool. Somebody's actually agreeing with me. Thank you. Because I think it'd be easier for me to write too. Because trying the others, if I hadn't been writing these stories all along, then I could probably do a series where, it's consecutive. But I have pre-written stories already to go, and they're already linked together at a certain age, which is going to screw everything up if they all suddenly become other ages. So I'm glad you agree with me. Thank you. Jenna says I agree. Oh, thank you, Jenna. Great. Monique says yes to Jenna. Mine aren't like that. I think it builds anticipation for the next one, but the cliffhangers also frustrate people sometimes. Greg says to Monique, I would be what they call a nerd. I was called a nerd in high school, but at the time they didn't have the term nerd. I got called a lot of nasty names. Then the movies, Revenge of the Nerd came out, and I'm like, that's me. That's me, that movie. Yeah, I was definitely the nerd. But I got called a lot of other not nice names. Jenna says, I think she could go either way, but the cliffhanger requires more planning. That's the other thing. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the cliffhanger part of it. I think standalone is definitely fits what I'm trying to do better, and it's already written so much of it that consecutive would be a real hassle. Monique is laughing at Greg. Yeah. And Monique says, I love Canva. My husband and I made book covers on there. That's where I made all my book covers because I'm putting mine on my blog. And so I created book covers to put up there because, it'll be a page. Excuse me. It'll be a page. All right. Let's not have any sloppy, messy. Stay down. So it'll be a page. It'll have the picture. I already have, my Memoir on there already has the picture up there. There's a picture, like a cover. And then you have your other information about, copyright and all that stuff. And then there's a list of chapters. And each chapter is clickable to read it. So those work perfectly. I can make those book covers on there, and they're great. Whitney says, hi for real this time. I came in and then had to leave. We do that a lot. I think you're here and already you're gone. Gibber says, I'm kind of tired. May fall asleep or nap. Okay. If we don't hear from you, we figure you probably fell asleep. Monique says, I get it now with the background mode. Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't think about it till he reminded me. Melanie says, oh, hey, this is the stream that I liked earlier in the week. Haha. Just stopping in real quick to say hi before I go eat dinner. I'll be back afterwards before I crash. Yes, I will be back. Okay, I'm holding you to that one. Nice to see you, Melanie. Then it says, hi, Melanie. And yes, Greg, it's time for a sprint. We're getting behind. Sprint number 2. All right. "25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go." Okay, so now you can see all the colors. Some of them. There are a few under the white, but it's pretty much represented. It's really pretty colors, I thought. Something nice and bright and cheery. I'm not sure about the boxes, though. I don't know. I'll have to think about them. Okay, so I will see you all in 24 minutes. Hi, Kelly. Just popping in to say hi. We still got 6 minutes left on the timer. You can join in if you wish, or wait till we're finished. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. So, I think I'm going to try to do standalones if I continue with the series idea. So now I need to go back and read book 1 because a lot of this is based on book 1, and I need to know what book 1 says before I can continue with this one. So I get everything lined up right, because I have them, in the other book, these characters that are the number 1 characters in this one. They're in the other book. They're not main characters, they're just side characters, but they're in there, and I need to know where they're at. I need to know what age I have them at, and I need to get all that straight so that I can write this. And excuse me, I've been thinking about, because I have in the story, the girl doesn't drive, and she's been, asking for rides from the family that works there. The mother and the son work at the same restaurant she does, and they've been taking her home, and we don't know why she doesn't drive yet. But she's old enough, but she's not driving, and so they've been taking her home, and I need to get all the ages right because I have to figure out this whole driving thing. I already looked up as much as I could find out about what you need for driving, because it's been a long time since I got my driver's test, believe me. I needed to get all that out of there and look that up, and then but I got to figure this whole age thing up, because even doing it as a self-sustaining book, self-contained book, it still needs to make sense so it doesn't, be really awkward and out of. So let's say they picked up this one first. It's not a big problem. It might be because of the ending. I don't know. It's just so darn confusing. So Kelly came in. I said hello to Kelly, and Kelly says, cool. I'm waiting for the next start, setting up everything. All right, great. Jenna says hi. BH says just ate dinner. Greg says, as a random note, Pexels.com is very cool for royalty-free images to use in YouTube videos. If anyone knows the URL of other websites, I would be grateful. I personally use Pixabay.com. I haven't been to Pexels, but I found Pixabay a long time ago. And you can use all of their pictures, even in commercial use, without having to give credit to the person who took the picture. So if you want to claim it as yours, you can. So there's no reason to put on there, John Smith took this shot. You don't have to. You can just use the picture, and that's that. So it's called Pix, P-I-X, Abay, ABAY.com. It's free. I just signed up for an account, so if I want to put my own pictures in there, I can, but you can use it free, and you can download their pictures, and like I said, you don't have to use any, name on there at all, and it's commercial free. A lot of them, you can't use them if you want to do something commercial. So this one, you can actually use it for commercial sites as well. So that's the one I prefer. I don't know anything about Pexels. I've heard of it, but I don't use it. So then there's no fee for Pixabay either. They're free. So you can use the pictures. That's where I got the texture. I looked up textures, and I found this one because I was watching a video, and she was creating a background, and she showed this one, and I'm like, I gotta have that one. So I went through Pixabay, and I knew she had happened to say she got it on Pixabay. So I knew which one to look for. So I pulled Pixabay up and I started searching textures. And I came up with that background. But you can, you can search it for all different, subjects. Like I said, textures. I think I don't know, you might even be able to put in things like banners and what like that. And you get all kinds of stuff. I prefer it, but I've never really used Pexels, so I don't want to say Pexels isn't good. I know a lot of people that do use it, but I do prefer Pixabay. So that's one to think about, Greg. Check them out and see what you can find there. Let's see. Oh, we got somebody else. Hi, Diana. How are you? Nice to see you. We just finished up a sprint. We should be starting a new one here soon. Jenna says hi to Diana. Jenna says, I can't remember the free ads that... Oops. I'm not sure what she was going to say there. Kelly says hi to Jenna. Greg says to me, that's awesome. They really are a great site. I've been using them for years now. Alex just said I could even make book covers out of them if I wanted to. Pull up a picture and make it a book cover. So choices are endless when it comes to, like book covers for me, or sometimes on my blogs, I'll change the pictures because I don't, maybe season-wise, I want to change it. I've got snow up there and it's summertime, or you can change, because some of them you can change. It depends on the background the theme that you use. But I've been using them for years now, and I love them. Jenna says, I can't remember the free sites. I've been buying the deal on deposit photos for the last few years. Well, Pexels, I understand, is free. Like I said, I do use Pixabay, and they are also free. And especially, the big thing is to make sure if you're using it commercially, make sure it's that you can use them commercially. Because some of these sites are free as long as you use it personally. But if you want to put it on your book and make it a book cover or something like that, then if it doesn't allow you to use it commercially, you can get in trouble. So Pixabay is very good for that. BH says, have to go, but thank you so much. Well, I'm sorry to see you go, but thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you soon. Jenna says, good night, BH. And BH says good night. Okay. So, so I was on, and it was funny because I was going for this one specific background, and so I didn't keep looking, but there were a ton of things there that I liked, but I had my heart set on this one. If I make something else, I could always make something else, but like I said, my heart was set on this particular picture, so I kept searching until I found it under textures. But I have a lot of background things too, because my last background, the teal one with the boards, the teal boards, that came in Pixabay too. Like, there's a lot of backgrounds that you can use. A lot of them, all different things. They might just be, a bunch of flowers or wood, in different colors, or swirly things. Like this one's swirly colors, and like somebody don't paint all over. I mean, it's really, but then you can get regular pictures. You can get serious pictures. You can get funny pictures. You can get sunsets, snow scenes, anything you want, just about. If you want a picture of the moon in the sky, you can get a picture of the moon in the sky, because I use a lot of them for one of the haiku sites I write for, we usually include a picture. And a lot of times I have to go looking for a certain type of moon. And sometimes they'll have a specific type of moon. There's so many different types of moons, depending on the season. And sometimes they'll actually have one from that season. But there's all kinds of stuff on there. So I would definitely check them out when you're looking for pictures. And some people do a series. You'll look at it and say, I saw one similar to that. And here, it's the same, like say maybe somebody was taking pictures of their kid and there's a whole bunch of pictures, all different, poses and everything. Or, there's a wedding and they have different, scenes out of the wedding with the same people. And, a lot of people put, they post their own pictures on there. So, and if you want to give them a token thank you, you can. You don't have to. But it's up there if you want to. Kelly says, I was checking out images from my cover, waiting for your sprint to end. Pixa is the best images you say we could use legally? Yes. Pixabay. Pixabay. And it'll say right on the front when you open up the site. And you can use them commercially. So you don't have to put down whose picture it is. You do not have to give them credit. There's a lot of places where you have to put the person's name that took the picture. You don't have to put that on there. You can just use the picture. So they're a great place. Definitely would recommend them and Canva. They're my two favorite sites. Them and Canva. I liked PicMonkey at first, but then they changed it up and started charging for a bunch of stuff that was just simple stuff. And I'm like, I'm not paying for all this. And then I found Canva. I said, I do have a pro membership on Canva because I like, there's a lot of things I like having access to without having their watermark all over it. So it's $12.95 a month. And I've just been stocking up, making a bunch of covers, and that's where I make all my backgrounds and stuff like that. I use Canva for everything. So some of it's free, and you can do a lot with the free membership, but your choices are limited. So I do pay for the Canva, but you don't have to. You can do a lot with Canva without it. But they have a lot of things in there. You can do YouTube thumbnails and banners and Twitch banners and all kinds of stuff. I mean, Instagram, things for Instagram. They have pretty much templates for just about anything. And you can make your own. You don't have to use templates. So, yeah, definitely check them out. Canva's the design program where I made the background here. That, I keep forgetting, I can't talk when I take myself out of the picture. That background is a texture on Pixabay. Now that was as you can see, I added, words and stuff to it, and I created a background. And when I put my timer in, you could see the words, you could see the background and everything around it. So that's canva.com. And if you've never heard of Canva, like I said, they have a free version, and there's a lot you can do. You can make book covers, you can make logos, you can make cards, you can make so many things, and you can print things out. You can make business cards. They have their own printing thing. I mean, but of course, a lot of that stuff costs. But you can do a lot with the free version of Canva. And out of all the ones I've tried, they're the easiest and the best. At least that I've found. It's the ones I prefer. So, I would definitely check into them for sure. Jenna says, if you have extra cash, AppSumo will offer a deal on deposit photos once a year. I believe it was $39 for 100 images this year. I don't know anything about that personally. On $39 for 100 images. Sometimes I go through a ton of images because I can do whatever I want. They don't cost me anything. So if I, like one and then I like another one, and I put a lot of my things have pictures in them. I can put it. Every blog post can have a picture in it. It doesn't cost me anything. I don't know anything about the other though. I don't know what deposit photos are or anything like that. Yeah, Canva. Canva is definitely amazing. It's the best one out there I've found so far. I would definitely check them out. Jenna says, I know not everyone has money for photos. I'm lucky enough to be able to write all of that off. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I can't. So for me, I'm not going to spend money on something when I get great photos off of Pixabay. I'm not going to pay for something I can get. I mean, you can get they give you a discount on, I think it's Shutterstock, like 20% off of Shutterstock. I don't know how much Shutterstock is, but they got great photos. You don't need Shutterstock either. I mean, sometimes Shutterstock has a photo I would like to have, but I'm not going to pay money for it. I stay with the free stuff. All right, so let's start another. Did we start one? This is the third one, right? Yes, the third one. I get confused sometimes. All right, third one. Kelly says, I was looking at Shutterstock, but have to pay. Yes, you do. And like I said, Pixabay will give you a 20% discount. I don't know how long that lasts, whether it's a one-time deal or whatever, but still 20%. I don't know how much they charge, but there's so many free ones available on Pixabay. I don't even bother looking at Shutterstock. But they do have Shutterstock available on the same page. All right, let's do it. Third sprint. Okay, I was right. All right, let's get going. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. All righty. See you back here in almost 25 minutes. Well, now I'm really confused. I thought I figured out that I wanted to do simultaneous standalone books. But when it depends on the story that I've written, whether or not it works better simultaneous or it works better one after the other. So now I'm really confused about what I should do. Oh, I'm really not sure. I started reading back over my book 1 and I'm thinking, this is just not going to quite work the way I hoped it would. And because like I end book 1 in such a way that if that wasn't the first book you read, then you're going to read something and say, when you read it, you wouldn't think anything of it because, doesn't matter. It's, you're reading just a book that supposedly stands alone. But then, if you were to read book 1, you would know that it was definitely written before because some of the characters would have aged in the other books. So now I'm back to I don't know what to do. So I didn't do anything. I sat here and looking at the screen and watched the counter go down. I read a couple paragraphs and said, I don't know what to do. Greg's gone for a bathroom break. Jibber says, my parents woke me up. Hi, I'm back. Your parents woke you up. Sorry about that. Nice to see you again, though. So I'm not sure. I'm back to I don't know what to do again. And I don't want to do too much writing because, like I said, I don't want to write and have to totally rewrite it over. I'm trying to figure out if I write them, but if I write them consecutively, then each book has to end in a way to catch your interest. You can't just resolve. It has to kind of like lead you toward the next book. So I'm really confused. Oh, here's Funky Sigh. Nice to see you. Genesis, there he is. Funky says, okay, Tessa, let's break it down. Oh no, give you a short synopsis of your story. Sure. Oh. Book 1. Husband cheats on wife with more than one woman. Eventually, other woman is dead. Which one of them killed her? That doesn't help with book 2, though, because book 2 has nothing to do with that part. So there is the synopsis of book 1. Husband cheats on wife. Girlfriend dead. Who did it? And a surprise ending at the end. But I'm not going to say because that would ruin everything. Funky says, there she is. Lotmaning says, hi, Funky. Funky says, give us a short synopsis of your story. I can't type. How much shorter do you want me to put? Husband cheats wife, girlfriend, dad. How much shorter can I get that? I had fun last night. You may not have been on camera or mic, but it was fun. I've seen it done that way before. Other people have done it that way. That's not totally unusual. It's not super common, but it's not unusual. Dominique says, I stayed gone during the sprint break. On the second sprint was really into my piecing. 466 total words. Funky. Dominique de Magnifique. Had a trouble saying that. Dominique says, wee wee. Funky says, I vote for linear. At least in book 1. Now linear. Linear, consecutive, or simultaneous? I'm confused. Linear is consecutive, right? Where it goes one after the other. But not all of them would work out, right? Linear or simultaneously. Neither one of them, none of those books will work out right. No matter what way I do it, it's not going to work out. That's what I get for writing things ahead of time. Dominique says, is anybody doing Kindle Vella? Charlie Dorset is. I'm not. He says, yeah, since I wasn't showing video or doing audio, I wanted to at least have something entertaining to watch. Yeah, if you want to keep people paying attention, you have to have at least something. So you did a good job. Very good. Like I said, I've seen people do that before. They obviously don't like to be on camera. And they would put something up on the screen. But they used their mic. They did talk. That's the first one I've seen where there's no talking and no camera. But it works. It worked out fine. And you just chat it in the chat during break. So it worked out really great. And I just happened to fall into that because I saw Devin's earlier. I was looking at his thing, looking for a sprint. And I saw your name. And I said, what? And that's the one where you were working on it, trying to figure it out. And then I saw later, further down the thing, that you had another one scheduled for later that night. So that's why I came back that night looking for it. I didn't know what time it was. Came back looking for it, and that's why I ended up showing up. Because I had seen it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it. But I saw it, so I decided, well, let me see what you ended. I knew you were talking about it, so you ended up with. Funky says, like, one thing happens after another. All right, so that would be, to me, that's consecutive. One thing happens after another. Got it. Why can't it be linear? Well, here's the problem I'm running into. I set the people up. I wrote these stories ahead of time. So they're all short stories that have to be worked on. They need beginnings and endings, but I got the middles. So I got a bunch of them. However, I make these people all, in the stories, I was writing them all for the same, time period, age period, and everything. But if I do it consecutively, then the people are not going to be the same age. They're going to be getting older. They would have to be older. So if book 2 comes along, the people in book one, because they're mentioned in book one, because I'm making a town with the same people. So they're the same characters in the same town. So all these people are related, and they will be appearing in the different stories. So book one starts out, and it can stand alone. It doesn't need any. But if I do book two, these characters are smaller characters in book one. They're not major characters, they're smaller characters. But they're in there because I wanted to tie them together. But if I try to write their story, even though I wrote their story the same age as the people in the first book, if I put it linear, as you say, they're not going to be the same age anymore. And that screws all the ages up. Does that make any sense? I don't know if that makes any sense. I really don't. Jenna says, is this your original book? Original book is done and with Melanie for editing. Done. I completed it. And it can stand alone. It doesn't need any other books. But when I started writing these, I wanted it to be a small town with a bunch of people all together that knew each other. So I started writing a bunch of these short stories, which have to be expanded on. Obviously, they have to be expanded on. They're just short stories. But if I put them in there, my ages thing is going to screw me up, for sure. Honky says, I don't really care about viewers, just making myself focus. Well, you don't have to entertain anybody because you're not on camera or mic, so nobody's expecting you to entertain them. I think that's what you're saying. Genesis, you did well with viewers last night, I think. Yeah, I think it went well last night. Greg says, I'm back again. Okay, you're back again. Good. Funky said, could book one be a certain time period and then book two be another time period? Well, the thing is, I don't know. The thing is, I don't know. I don't know shit about what I'm doing. Let's put it that way. I haven't the faintest crazy idea what I'm doing. Book one is a certain time period. Book two, when I was writing it, and remember, it's just the short version, the middle of, not the end and not the beginning. It's just the middle. It's a short story. And I decided to connect them. I can connect them. But it's the same time period. However, let's say, because they say you can have simultaneous books. It can be the same town, same people, everything can be the same. But each one's an individual story, finishes and ends. That's great, except that you can have the same characters. So book two has characters from book one. Book one has characters from book two. Intertwined. So if I try to break it apart and make it consecutive, then the ages no longer work and it doesn't work. And if you go to read book one and then you go and you read book, let's say 4 or 5, I'm not sure which one I was considerate for. In that, it's 2 years later. So for that one, I wrote the book for 2 years later. And that jumps over all the stuff in between. Now, those people, the characters in book 1 are 2 years older than they were. And the people are, you know, in the story. But the people in books 2, 3, and 4, or whatever they end up happening to be, aren't going to change age. I am totally confused. Funky says hi to Greg. Gibberish says, I'm sorry, I'm not talking. I just don't know how to help. I'm not an author. You're okay, Gibberish. Don't worry about it. If you don't have anything to say, you don't have to say anything. You don't have, if you don't understand and you don't know what we're talking about, you don't have to contribute. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Funky said, and what was the problem with the simultaneous again? All right, simultaneous. Everybody is in the same time period, but they're all interlinked, which is okay, but in some cases, some of them are further along. So this book is, say this book is 2 inches. I'm using inches at the moment. And book 2 is, or any of the others, is 5 inches, let's say. The stories aren't going to run simultaneously because there's going to be stuff in there that won't line up. And there's one particular thing that happens in book 1. It may not affect any of the other stories if it wasn't for the fact that I put this in book 1. And when I wrote the book, I thought it was a great idea and a perfect ending. And I planned on ending the book there. I didn't plan on writing a series. I don't know what got in my brain that said, hey, this would be a great series. I don't know. I don't know who that was. Hi, Master Sango. I haven't seen you in a while either. Hi. Can you make a chart or something? I'm not sure what the best solution would be to keep the details consistent. Multiple timelines. That's what the problem is. Multiple timelines. Whereas this one might end shorter and this one might be longer. And in this case, may not mention what happened in book 1, but they may show up later in book 5, and that kind of makes them hard to be standalones, I think. Because if they were standalones, you should be able to read any of them and it won't make a difference. But if what I'm talking about, it is going to make a difference. Because if you don't read book 1 and suddenly this thing shows up, you're going to wonder where that came from. Because you didn't read book 1, and technically these are supposed to be standalones, supposedly, then that would be a problem. I mean, yeah, I guess I could make that's kind of what I've been trying to do here, but it won't totally, because in one spot I'm going consecutively, and another spot I'm going simultaneously. I am so confused. I don't know what I'm doing. I honestly don't know what I'm doing. Greg says, sorry, I didn't follow. So book 1 is a story. Book 2 is a story which happens 2 years later. Not really 2 years later, but later. It starts... You're introduced to book 2's characters in book 1. Then book 2 focuses on those characters. So it's kind of hard to make it simultaneously. Then there's other spots where it needs to be simultaneously because it's the same time period. Like the people are, if I don't, they're aging, they keep aging, and it ruins the story for what I got in my head. And I don't know what's in my head right now. Honestly, I have no idea what's in my head at this very precise moment. Jen says, hey, Mr. Sango. It's been a long time since you've been around. Greg says, what is the problem? With simultaneous, both stories take different lengths of time. Is that it? Yeah, that's part of the problem. They're simultaneous, but they're different periods of time, length of time, yeah. Definitely a problem. Master Sango says hello to Tessa and Jenna. Hello. Funky says, I've seen this before with short stories that tie together. It's neat when you realize one character is reflecting on an earlier story or referencing another story. I just think it would be confusing. Hi, Melanie. Just realized you were there. Sorry. Either way is confusing me right now. And I don't know which is the best. It's kind of a blend. And maybe I did this all wrong by writing all these short stories and making them as stories I was going to make longer and make part of the series. I wrote them on my blog as short stories. And then I decided, hey, this would make a neat story. So I decided I'm going to make it, one of the books in the series. And I didn't think about it when I was thinking about doing that. The whole thing didn't think about it. I've never written a series before. This is the first book I wrote. And, it's like, if I do that, they're going to start out as the same age, but then as things keep going, they're suddenly going to age tremendously fast. Like, it's just not going to work out. Funky says, if you want them to be standalone, I'd say try to write them as if they're truly standalone. Put hints and Easter eggs for book 1 readers, but make sure standalone readers can follow. Well, luckily I'm only got one book that's done, and Melanie has that book. Melanie has book 1 right now. She's busy doing her thing with book 1. If I take I'm not sure. He sent you a link to something. Try to write them as they're truly standalone. But they're not. That's the problem. When I wrote these stories, they're not standalone. They all are characters in a town that know each other. So they're not technically standalone. Boy, it's getting more and more confusing. I haven't the faintest idea what I'm doing. I'm not sure what that is. Greg says, unless we have an outline, and we won't be able to help you. Interesting word there, outline. We all know how I feel about outlines. Do you think I have an outline? We've had this discussion before. I don't have an outline, and you can't read what's in my head. Melanie says, hey, Funky. Am I supposed to look at that link, Funky, or what? Is that just for Melanie? Melanie says, I like Funky's idea, Tessa. It's very similar to how Sarah Sutton's Love in Fenton County series is set in the same timeline with neighboring towns with characters making cameos and others. I haven't read her books, so I'm not familiar with them. So I would have to redo what I wrote or ignore what I wrote and just leave them on as short stories on the blog and write something different. Because right now, because all these characters are supposed to be linked because they work at the same restaurant. That's how I was linking them. I wrote on how many of those now, 4 or 5. And they are all working in the same restaurant as the book 1. Because Melanie, book 1, she works 2 jobs, and one of them is a restaurant. And in there, I don't know if you got to that part yet, she meets up with 2 of the young girls that work out. I'm sitting here picking at something I shouldn't be. Hurts. The girls are mentioned. So one of the girls is book number 2, and one of the girls is book number 3. And then I was going to, bring in the characters from that town. But if I do it consecutively, then they won't be the same age. If I do them simultaneously, the timelines don't add up. That make any sense? I'm not sure it makes sense. I'm not sure I'm making sense at all. And I don't have an outline, so it's not like I can say, here, this is what I'm thinking. Funky says, David Mitchell is a master of this. David Mitchell. So I may have been better off leaving the connection to them out of book 1 and left book 1 I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Kelly, I don't know anything about Bella. Couldn't tell you anything about Bella. I do not write for Bella. Charlie Dorset writes for Bella. I know other people do, but I don't know anything about Bella myself, except that it's a serial And I believe they can be set either standalone or continuous, whichever your heart desires. But each one has to be a separate standalone. They can tell a story, but they have to be a separate standalone, from what I understand. But I don't know what else to tell you about that. You'd have to look up Bella and see what the requirements are, because I don't honestly know anything about it. Melanie says it's been so fun to see the developments you made since the first draft. I know, I changed a lot, didn't I? I'm actually progressing. I'm getting a little bit better. Melanie says hi to Greg. Greg says hi to Melanie. Funky says out. Oh, I was supposed to say Alpha. Although his individual stories tend to be each in their own timeline. Might make it harder. Melanie says, if you need help with outlining the series, Tessa, just let me know. I love outlining because I apparently love torturing myself. I am not an outliner, and I don't even know where to begin outlining. To tell you the honest to God truth, I don't. I never wrote, even my research papers in high school were not written with outlines. I had to produce one after the fact, but I did not write them with an outline. I have never written with outlines. And it would be a lot of work, Melanie, honestly, with all the stuff that I put together in these stories. And these are short stories that I expect to expand into full books. I have a bunch of them now. And honestly, I'm really confused still. After all this talk we've talked about, I'm still confused. Funky says, referencing your earlier comment, you can bend the stories to whatever you want. The way I have them now, I can't. If I ignore what I've written and just try to take the story and recreate it, and not technically use what I've got written, because I just don't see any of this fitting together. I mean, there's obviously a story there. Maybe I can somehow make them standalones by redoing them. I mean, I expected all that work to be used. I'd hate to think I did all that for nothing. Melanie says, and yes, I'm still awake even though I slept from 8 to 11:25 a.m. this morning after being up all night. But I napped throughout the day. Funky says, click. The link was very specific. All right, so I didn't click on it. So, okay. It was specifically for Melanie. So it was good. I saw her name on it, so that's why I did not click on it. All right. So whatever that is secret between you two. I did not click on it. Melanie says, yes, thank you, Funky. As soon as you said it was just for me, I knew what it was. Melanie says, I see where you're going with it, generally speaking. But like I said, if you need me to draft up an outline, I can help with that, Tessa. I know nothing about outlines. Honestly, don't even know where to begin. I never have. And I know what a general outline is like. I know I grew up in school learning how to do, 1, 2, 3, and each one had to have an A and a B, and each A had to have a 1 and a 2, and each 2 had to have a 1 and a 2. I know those kind of outlines. I don't know that those are the kind of outlines everybody talks about when they're writing or not. I don't know I know everybody does different things. And I wouldn't even know where to begin. I mean, how would we begin, Melanie? What would we have to do? Well, Melanie says, I am doing a comedy sci-fi next month on Kindle Vella under a new pen name I'm playing with. Oh, that's cool. Melanie says, Salam, Monique, that sounds awesome. Melanie says, to Kelly, from what I do know of it, it's still a new platform, but I don't think each chapter needs to be a standalone. Yeah, like I said, I don't really know. I can't help you there. Like I said, Charlie's really into it. He's got a bunch of them done, but she's reading the guidelines now. Okay. Melanie says to Kelly, look up Kindle Vella groups on Facebook. Lots of good info. Funky says, let's say book 1 has short stories where characters are all acting the same relevant time frame. You could put obvious references in each story where readers could realize oh, okay, now I know what time frame this takes place in. This character is reference an event from story 1. Boy, that didn't help make me confused at all. I can't even think. Referencing. I think I've lost my mind. Garth says, I think we should sprint soon. He's probably got a good idea there, because I'm like about to lose my mind. Gibberish. Oh my God, I didn't tell you guys, but I got a C+. At least I passed, and I was still able to maintain a good GPA, but I don't think I should do that again. Work in summer and do summer school, but I can't promise. Now, C+ is what? Average? May not be exactly what you wanted, but you passed, like you said. That's great. That's the good news. You passed. You'll know next time. It may not be a good idea. Melanie says, oh, not a secret at all, Tessa. Haha. But he recalled a discussion we had around a certain song back on Tuesday stream. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Melanie says, hey, congrats on passing to Gibberish. Melanie says, do you get a bit of a reprieve now? Funky says, nice, Gibberish. Melanie says, I'd basically need a brain dump of the premise of the story series, how many books there would be, which book features which main character, what the goal of the main character is. Oh, God, you don't want much, do you? Brain dump is right. Dump my brain. Open it up and just dump it out on your desk. Funky says, okay, well, I hate to say it then, but you're going to have to get organized somehow and look at the big picture. Oh, I want to cry. This is why I wasn't sure I wanted to do this. After I stupidly said I wanted to do this, The other part of me says, no, you don't. I should have listened to the no, you don't, and not the yes, you do. Melanie says, okay, last night's lack of sleep is catching up to me. I'm going to go crash so I can get up at a decent time and enjoy my Friday off. Have a great night, everyone. Good night, and have a great time on your day off. I'll have to think about my brain dump, because I haven't the faintest idea what I want to do, how I want to do it, what I should do. Nothing. And you ask for a lot of things, which I won't remember tomorrow anyhow. All right, we'll see you. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Master Sango says, good night, Melanie. Shanna says, good night. Gibber says, nighty-night. Jenna says, when I do series, I take notes and Scrivener to remember details about people and places. I started making notes, but I'm not the organized person in the world. Not even remotely organized. And I've managed to lose my notes. And so now I'm trying to operate on memory. Not very well. My memory is not very good. And so I am not really prepared. And all that stuff she said she needed, I'm not even sure I could come up with all that. I've not even thought about most of that. So I'm not really sure. I mean, it's nice of her to offer that, but I don't know that I can do that. Funky says, so if you write down story 1, Crazy Mike cheats on his girlfriend. And Crazy Mike has no idea we're talking about him. Oh, gosh. This 80-some-year-old girlfriend who thinks I'm the other woman. I love it. Oh, God. She didn't say anything to me the other day, but she knocks on my door. I'm like, go away. Mike's not here. I haven't seen Mike in a long time now. I don't think he's talking to me anymore, which is fine with me. I am fine. Jenna laughs. Greg says, Greg peeks his head around the corner. He is quietly listening to the conversation, not getting involved any further and talk about outlines, knowing how strongly Tessa feels about outlines. Smart man, Greg. Well, you saw how I reacted when she said she wanted to help me with my outlines. I'm like, what outlines might that be? Don't think we have an outline here. Lamanique says, who's heard of Illmatic by the original NAS? Not me. Funky says, story 2, point of view. Crazy Mike's girlfriend. She plots against Crazy Mike. This takes place right after story 1. You're so sweet. Would you like to write my story for me? Maybe I ought to just write about Crazy Mike and his girlfriend. Well, Mike says I tried to delete that, but it was too late. Well, it doesn't mean anything to me anyhow, so don't bother me. We better do a sprint. We got 45 minutes left, so let's do a sprint. Because I've come to no conclusions. The only conclusion I've come to is that I have no conclusions. That's the conclusion I've come to. Uh-oh. Here's story 3. Story 3. Point of view friend of Crazy Mike's girlfriend. She ponders why her friend is with this crazy guy. This is concurrent with story 1. I should put in hints to this. Oh no. I think I'm getting a writing lesson. Mom and E's going to take a break and watch a movie with their son. All right, well, we end at 11, so if I don't see you before 11, have a good night. Let me set the timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I sat and was trying to make a spreadsheet out of this mess of story in my head. And I do mean a mess of story in my head. I have no clue. I don't even know if I can come up with what it is Melanie wants, or if she could really help, or what she really needs. I started putting a spreadsheet together. And so what did the rest of you do? Funky says my characters are descending again. Kill me now. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Jibber says I finally got some reading done at the last sprint. Yay. Oh my god, my sleep schedule is such a mess. Greg says I don't think I'll get much more done tonight. I am starting to get tired. Good news is that I have made good progress. This video will be uploaded this week. Well, I'm glad you finally made some progress. Cool. We seemed to be pretty down about it when we first started. So I'm glad that you were able to make progress with it and that you should be able to upload it. I'm not gibberish. You're not the only one who's tired. I'm tired too. And I'm not any closer to making a decision. And I really don't know what exactly it is that Melanie wants from me in order to help me do an outline. But I guess I'll have to think about it. Funky says, my brain no worky anymore, too tired. I think we're all in the same situation. No worky brain, that's for sure. Jimmer says, I'm not tired, I took a nap. The rest of us were working, she takes a nap. So she's not tired. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're not tired. The rest of us are in that state. Oh my gosh. Now I can't stop yelling gibberish. Give me your energy. Greg says, did she say the words, in order to help me do an outline? Oh, are you going to use that against me, Greg? I think those words might have come out of my mouth because she offered to help me do an outline. I don't know if it'll help or not help. To tell you the honest God truth, if I can even figure out the stories and how to put them in some kind of order, I don't know. She seems to think she can help me out. Maybe she can. Maybe I'll end up being an outliner after all. But I don't quote me on that because right now I don't know. I don't know if it'll work or not. Believe me. But yes, I did say those words, Greg. I'm pretty sure those came out of my mouth for some odd reason. Jennifer says, I wish I had that energy at work. Funky says, maybe you can have a conference call with Melanie. With Melanie. Melanie. Oh, I can't read. With Melanie. Funky wants to know where Janet is. You know, I haven't seen her in a while. I haven't heard from her either. Master Sango says, I'm editing and it puts me to sleep. We're all falling asleep for whatever reason, but... oh. I understand. I haven't gotten anything done today. I have done nothing but talk about that stupid series that I don't even know if I want to write. It sounds like an awful lot of work. Maybe more work than I feel like putting into it. And I'd hate to have to redo book 1 again in order to make it possible to do another book. Because right now, those two are combined. Book 1 and book 2 are attached. Though I could probably not do book 2 at all, and then book 1 will just be book 1. And it'll stand alone and be alone. But if I do book 2 the way I have it figured out right this precise moment, it's not going to work out. Funky says, I cut the grass after work, so my brain is mush. It's too hot for cutting grass. I feel sorry for those poor guys out there in the middle of the day cutting grass in the hot sun. See, Melanie has book 1 right now because she's editing it. And she had read it. She was my beta reader, too. So now she's editing it. So she's going further with it. Plus, I changed it. Like she said earlier, she likes the way the new one is going. I like the way I redid it as well. I think it's definitely going somewhere. Greg says, I would suggest do not redo book 1. Give yourself a sense of progress. Redoing book 1 will feel like going backwards. If that means you need to change book 2, so be it. I agree with you there. That if I mess with book 1, which I figure is complete and whole now the way it is, and I like it the way it is, that if I go and redo it, you're right. Going to feel like going backwards. When I feel that it's complete the way it is, it'd be stupid to change book 1 just because I want to have book 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and whatever fit into a timeline some way. When having a standalone book for each one would be much better. I guess I'll be thinking about this tonight when I can't sleep. Unfortunately. But I'm not going to change book 1. Book 1 is done and getting edited. Funky says, and it's blazing hot here in the south right now. It's blazing hot everywhere. I don't know how much hotter it is wherever you are, but I mean, we're getting in the upper 80s, lower 90s most days. Right now, it's 68 degrees out. Chipper says, my grass people cut it in the morning and it's annoying because of the noise. Then the dogs start barking and I'm up. Punky says, my grass people. Hee hee. Imagine tiny little grass people running around the yard making noise. Well, I was thinking when she said my grass people, like, wow, she's so rich. She's got grass people to do her grass. I have grass people here too, but I'm not rich. The facility has to keep the grass cut. It has nothing to do with me. Hi, Heather. How are you tonight? We're in our last stages here. We're in the, we did 4 sprints. That's not too bad. 4 hours, 4 sprints. We wasted a lot of time. I wasted a lot of time. I kept running my mouth about, I don't know what to do, about my series, possible series, maybe series. Funky. So yeah, bend book 2 to your will. But in a way they are. Well, they are connected, but I guess I could probably unconnect it. They can be mentioned as small characters, because there are only small characters in my book 1. They're mentioned so that I wanted a way of connecting them. So I think the fact that I, mentioned the connection isn't a bad thing. I'll just have to figure out how to, or maybe take my original story, which I'm trying to build on to connect to the first book, and just build it as its own story and not connect it, other than the characters can be in it as small part-time characters in each book. There'll be a main character for each book, main character or 2 or more, depending on the, maybe I can do it. And maybe I can do it without that dirty word outline. Hi to Heather. Heather's just not staying long, just want to say hi and hit the like button. Well, thank you very much, Heather. Like I said, we're on the last few minutes anyhow, so there's only 5 minutes left, and then 4 just went down to 10:56. So we're about to hit the end. But I'm glad you stopped by, and thanks for hitting the like button. But we only did 4 sprints all night. That's because I was doing too much talking about my issues. Have I come to a conclusion? Maybe I have a conclusion. I don't know. What's Greg got to say? From what I gather, your world is not a fantasy world. There are no multiple universes, time travel, portals, and the like. What about dreams? Can that help? No, mine's a simple story. It's contemporary. It could be today. It could be last year. It could be the year before. It's now. It's happening now. It's contemporary. There are no, well, we could talk about Crazy Mike and time travel, but he drives me crazy with his time travel. That's one of the things Crazy Mike talks about. Talk about crazy people. So no, there's none of that, and there's no fantasy world. There's none of those things. I don't know what dreams would have to do with it. So I don't think so. It's just a regular world as we know it. As we know it. Heather says, hi, Funky. I love the HDP. I use that for some things. First I was HD, then I got married and it was HP. Greg says, outline is not a dirty word. All right, I will not say what I think about outlines because we are not agreeable on what outlines are. So we're not going to start that. We're going to have to start that argument up again. Funky says, yeah, if you mention book one, make them just Easter eggs and such so that people don't have to know book one. But if they did read book one, they'll be happy. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, kind of makes sense. So basically, I need to take all these stories that I was going to try to connect and make them all standalone. Because I wrote them all as short stories that were separate, but I had them in mind to somehow connect them. Which the only one I started to really connect is 2, which is what I'm working on now. And see, I labeled them by number, but they're not really in any order. It doesn't matter what order I put them in. Their stories really aren't that similar that they're not in any order, obviously, in my mind, or I would have had to specifically number them. They're not specifically numbered. Even though I'm calling this one 2 because it's the second book I'm doing, it could go anywhere and still. Because I'm not referring to years in here at all. There are no years mentioned. The only thing mentioned are months. Because, like, especially book 1, I start out in August, but it ends in April. And it only ends in April because of the ending. It has nothing to do. The whole middle between August and April, there's nothing until what happens in April. So there's no timeline that I have to worry about. So in other words, Funky says, don't make major plot points from book 1 necessary to know for stories in book 2. Actually, they aren't necessary. I connected them because I thought they needed to be connected, and I put the girl from book 2 to work at the same place as the female major character of book 1. That's the only, and there's a connection at the end. The same connection because they work together. The mother of the mother of the boy worked with them all. So there is that small connection, but it's probably not a major connection that has to be known for other stories. I don't know. Greg says, is your story like Murder, She Wrote? They are all separate episodes which can be seen by themselves, and no one will ever thinking about the very high murder rate in their little. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. It's like, I'm making this a very small town, and all these things are happening, but they're not all murders because I decided to make it mystery. Just call it mystery and not murder, because that way I can have a murder or a mystery. Because some of them are just mysteries that need to be solved, and some of them are murders. Some of them might be both. I might give the whole damn thing up and just say, I wrote a book. That's good enough for me. I have not decided yet whether I really want to do this whole series thing. It's driving me much crazier than I need to be. I don't need to be this nuts. If something's driving me this nuts, I don't need it. I don't need the aggravation. Funky says, I think as long as you keep in mind while you're putting book 2 together, will brand new readers understand what I'm writing here, you'll be okay. Yes. Actually, I think that can be done that way. And it could be separate. Even though there is a slight link between them, it could be separate. Yeah. I think that works. Thank you, Funky. Thank you, Greg. And anybody else who had input in the craziness. And Melanie, she's not here anymore. The craziness. I don't know what happened to Jen. She just suddenly disappeared. At least I haven't seen her. So I'm not sure what happened to her. Hopefully she's all right. Okay. I think I need to keep them separate. Not connected. Even though there's a slight connection between 1 and 2 right now. Oh, you know what? Even though I made that connection with that whole idea in mind, I could make those people different people. And then there wouldn't be a connection. They were just people that worked together, and yeah, they might be able to do this and just not connect these people together. Funky says, and then if you just happen to mention Crazy Mike, readers of book 1 will go, oh yeah, I remember him. I don't think there's any Crazy Mike in book 1. I'm sorry. I didn't put Crazy Mike in book 1. You guys have been a big help today. It may have taken 4 freaking hours, but I think I got my brain halfway straight right now. I can just change everybody. It'll confuse me because I've got these people, I've been living with them for a while now. But if I change the people that I mentioned in the book 1, but don't mention them again so that they're connected, it'll change the beginning of the story I just started writing, but for book 2. But I just started writing it, so changing it's not the end of the world. Yeah, you guys have been great, all of you. Greg, Funky, Master Sango, you've all been a big help. Melanie, even Jen, though I don't know what happened to her. She kind of was there with Melanie. So you guys all kind of helped me tonight. So we wasted a lot of writing time, doing a lot of brainstorming, but I needed some brainstorming. Yes, Greg. That was praise. You've been a big help in 4 hours. And yes, take that as praise. I can't help that it took 4 hours for my brain to finally absorb everything that was said. But I think I got it now, and it will mean a lot of changes, but it makes more sense. So yes, you guys have been a big help. So that is definitely praise. Funky says, I know how you feel about large sweeping changes. I hate changes. Big time. Gibberish said, yay, they helped you. Yes, they did. Funky said, in my first draft, about 3/4 of the way through, I came up with a killer idea that drastically changed the book. 3/4 of the way through. I wrote the book 1, I wrote it the first time. Sent it out to beta readers. Got my stuff back. Read what they said. And got another idea. So I rewrote the whole book. Not just 3/4 of it, but the whole book. But I used the stuff I got from the beta readers to help. Because a lot of the stuff was stuff that I did that I needed to stop doing or start doing, one or the other. So it actually worked out, even though I rewrote the whole darn thing. Monkey says, so I wrote the rest of the draft of that idea, and then in draft 2 had to insert the big changes throughout the draft. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I just started from scratch. I started the whole thing pretty much. I mean, there's still parts of book 1 that are the same, but a lot of it is different now. I changed a lot of it, and the whole idea of everything. So Melanie said it's so much different now, and she likes the new one better than the original one I sent her. Now she's editing this one. So it will be on my blog when I am done with all the edits and get time to put it on the blog, because that takes so darn long to make all those link pages up and put it on there. Funky said, I did not look forward to those changes. Lots of work. But I just remembered the great book, Bird by Bird. I'm not sure what that book is, but I'm not looking forward to these changes either. Take it bit by bit. Okay. Day by day. Bit by bit. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see now where I kind of need to go. But it's going to mean some major changes, because I had ideas. Because I know Greg doesn't believe that I don't use an outline. He says that my thoughts in my head are my outline. We had a big to-do about that. Anyhow, I have a ton of stuff in my head about my stories. And like, I know the stories, and I know where I wanted to go with them. It's in my head. But obviously I'm not going there, because we got to unconnect them from the main book. No more connect to the main book. Then Funky says, I lost the first third edits I was doing in the second draft because of a hard drive failure. And that nearly killed it. Oh my God. Wow. That would be it. I haven't lost anything yet. Knock on wood. Knock on wood, knock on wood, knock on. But I can only imagine. I mean, I have it in my head. I don't need an outline to rewrite it. but I would not want to rewrite it. That's for sure. Bird by Bird is great. It's up there with Kings on Writing as my favorite inspirational reading for writing. We got 1,000,001 notes here. Ever find it? Can't find the last one I wrote. I know I read Kings on Writing at least once, but I don't remember much about it at this point. But I would definitely hate to have to rewrite all of that. Even though it's all in my head, and I know the stories, and I remember them. I couldn't imagine. Oh, jumped. All right. Greg says, I will be getting ready to go to bed now. I will see you tomorrow, probably on Charlie's stream. Probably. Can't guarantee it, but probably. I will see you hopefully then. Thanks for coming, Greg. And for all your help. All of you. You all were great. Heather says, I was just going to mention Bird by Bird. Oh. Let's see. I got a link here. Oh. Didn't mean for that to happen. Shut that off. Why that came on, I don't know. Oh. What happened? Well, that got screwed up. That should have been mine. So I had mine muted, and HK Darkwood came on instead. Now how am I going to get to that link? I don't think I can get to the link off the... I don't think it will let me. No, it's not going to let me hit it. I'll have to go back and look for the... Oh no, link may not show up. And somehow I got turned off. I don't know why mine isn't on there showing HK Darkwood. So I can't hit that link. Won't let me hit the link. I may have to search for it by its name. Problem is that I can't click on links in StreamYard. I can see them, but I can't click in them. And I can't click on the link because for some reason my YouTube shut itself down for some reason. I don't know why. Wait a minute. Can I go backwards? Maybe I hit the wrong thing. Never mind. I hit the wrong thing. It's like, what happened? I closed myself. I can find it. Try this one. Kindle actually costs more than the paperback. It's cheaper to buy it by the paperback. And I can get it tomorrow morning. I'm reading this right. Oh, it costs money to do overnight. It's going to say Saturday. Free Prime delivery Saturday. That's fine. Alright, I placed the order for it. Alright, got I got it. I accidentally hit something when I clicked on YouTube and it changed to HK rather than mine. So I just went backward with the arrows. So I found my stream and then I was able to click on the link. It's actually cheaper to buy the paperback. It'll be here Saturday. What's today? Thursday. That's not too bad. Maybe. Yeah, the Kindle one is expensive. So I got it. Got it. Oh, coffee quills. I missed that. I'm sorry. Staying up late for the writing. Muted so I can't hear you, but I hope the words went well. Okie dokie. I ordered that. It says it'll be here Saturday, so I'm not reading much, so it'll probably take me forever to read it, but I got it. And I think I got, like I said, what you guys have told me, and I think I got it sunk into my head that I need to make separate stories, not a series that connects, but all standalones. They can be all in the same town with the same people, but not connected to the point of being connected. Connected. That kind of connected. So, that's what I'm going to do. Which means more thinking, changing the story. At least I didn't get too far. I didn't write too far into it before I decided to change everything up. I can't wait to get my shoes off. My foot really hurts. I have to do exercises now with physical therapy. Yippee! Yippee, yippee. My foot is so swollen still. They're swollen anyhow. And then add on top of that the swelling from the bad, the broken foot. It looks terrible. So yeah, I'll probably be on Charlie's. Maybe. I was last week. And he's on, they are on Twitch only most of the time. I mean, they can do YouTube videos occasionally, but they can't do them at the same time. So most of their streams are on Twitch. So tomorrow night I'll probably be on Twitch on Charlie's. Most likely, anyhow. Need to remind him to send me a link. For Friday. Okay. We might do a pop-up tomorrow in the afternoon. If I wake up and happen to be awake, I will try to look and see if you're listed on Devon's. I can't guarantee I'll be awake because I usually sleep during the day. So, no guarantees. Yeah, and Jenna, I don't know what happened to Jenna. If you see this, good night. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, Funky. Depends on, like I said, if I'm awake. Have a good night, and thanks for everything you guys did. I think between us, we came up with a plan. So, good night, everybody. Good night, Heather. Good night, Gibberish. Who else is here? I don't know if Master Sanger's still here or not. Good night, if you are. Greg, I think, already left. I think I said good night to everybody. There's Chippers. Okay. Oh, and there's Master Sango, you are still here. Okay, great. So, good night, guys. Thanks for coming. Nice seeing you, everybody. I'll see you later. I'm scheduled for Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So maybe I'll see some of you then. Oh, Kelly's here. Okay, you're the other one. I'm sorry. You hadn't said anything in a while. Forgot you were here. Good night, Kelly. Hope you got something done. Took me all night to figure something out, but I think I got my head on straight now. So, good night, everybody. Hope to see you soon.